Hello. Mm, Okay. And we are live. Hi everyone. I am so excited. आज के लिए just let me double check if we are live. And yes, we are. Oh my God. I can't believe this that I'm actually doing this right now because this is going to be a 12-hour Python live stream. I have been planning this for so long because I just wanted to do this and I just hadn't figured out the time. And I just thought, hey, you know what? If I do that, I will never get the time. And I just did it. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to be here, and I'm so happy to see all of you. Okay, so let me just give you a gist of what is happening. Well, firstly, welcome to my new studio. Well, this is not completed yet, 100%, because I still have to add something here because it feels a lot empty right now, and the table kind of looks empty. I mean, I really like this thing. This is from Bali, and I like that setup. But apart from them, this is going to be my new studio for a lot of my YouTube channel. And I just wanted to say that, hey guys, आपको स्वागत है मंचल एक्सप्लोर द फन में. But if you have noticed, I have very recently changed my channel's name from Explore the Fun to A. Sharon. I just thought it is the time because it was not a day's decision. It was like for a couple of months I've been thinking to keep my channel more on brand. Explore the Fun was a good name, but I just feel Ada Sharon is much more to the brand. And of course, Explore the Fun is going to be a huge integral part of my life, but it's time to change my name. Now, coming to the stream, well, what is this? Well, first thing first, this is kinda learn with me stream, not an exactly I am teaching you guys because I have never ever touched Pygame in my life. I have been doing Python for 7 years. I have written a book. I have used TK-Inter. I have learned developed machine learning algorithm, but for some reason it never came to my mind to develop games in Python. And it was just bothering me a lot since Pygame is kind of cool module, sorry. And I just thought, wow, wouldn't it be nice if I just learned it? But it won't be a lot of fun if I just learned it usually because now I have a platform where I can show you what all I do when I learn something. And since I just thought maybe if I can learn with you guys and you guys maybe can learn a lot from it too, see my process, see the mistakes I make because I have never designed a game. I did design a couple of games when I was using Unity's game engine, but those weren't not really like wow kind of thing. Those were average. But right now, I want to develop a fully functional, complete game in less than 12 hours. Do I have any idea how to do that? No. Do I have any experience in at all game making? Not really. But does that mean it's going to be stopping me from making this game? Probably, but let's hope it doesn't. So the first thing that I want to do is learn Pygame because well, in order to make a game in Python, you gotta learn Pygame. And while learning it, I will give some commentary, but a lot of things that I'm going to do, like watching the videos, you won't be hearing the audio because that will come under copyright and plagiarization. I don't want to do that. But instead, those times I can just give you a commentary. And I will also be sharing my screen and showing how I'm going to do it. And I'm saying this beforehand. I'm really sorry if I make some mistakes or say some things which are not factually true because I was in my 12th standard and 11th standard and I did not program at all for 1.5 year. So I'm a bit rusty even in Python, but I know that I can get my skills back together. I just hope that I remember a lot of what I have learned, and especially, just give me a moment. Right. Especially most of what I have learned, I feel that I'm going to remember it, and making a game in Python is much more closely related to knowing the module Pygame than Python itself. But I'm more than sure that I have forgotten a lot of concepts in Python too, so this stream is going to be helping me jog those memories too. I really hope you guys like this stream, and I yeah, it is true that I'm going to be streaming for 12 hours continuously live, but I will be taking short breaks just to go to washroom or maybe freshen up for 5 minutes. Otherwise, I'm eating my lunch, snacks, dinner, evening meal, or whatever it is here, and I'm not stopping the stream even after 12 hours if I did not complete the game. I hope 12 hours is enough time to create a fully functional game. Now, let me just give a list of things that I want to do. First thing, the reason that I wanted to do this live stream because this is completely realistic. Because when you want to learn something new, you don't really know a lot about it, and you start from step one. And I wanted to start from step one, and I just wanted to prove myself a little bit that even without knowing a lot about a module that I'm not even sure, I can do something pretty big in it. For that reason, maybe this is a bit stupid to be honest. I did not even install Pygame until yesterday night when I was setting up this live stream. Now I know I should have probably read some documentation or known some basic things about Pygame, but I don't. It's going to be really fun to see me struggling because I literally have no idea how to use Pygame. The only thing I know about Pygame is how to import it. The rest I'm leaving my knowledge about Python and documentation. Second thing I want from this stream is you guys. I want you guys to participate while I'm making a game. I know there are not a lot of viewers right now, and it might be zero, but it doesn't matter to me because I'm doing this for me, and maybe in future someone will watch it. Let's just hope it. I will also give a 1 hour video of this, like cut all the boring parts down and make something like a YouTube video, and I will post that, and I'll also be posting shorts and the final product. Okay, the third thing that I want is a fully functional game. Do I know what game I want to make? No. Do I have a vague idea what I want to make? Not really. I'm going to be doing the research live in front of you guys. I will be going through Google, seeing what other people have made games, then formulate an idea, then make that idea into steps, then think what I'm going to do, make sprites, and then make whatever the animations are required. I just hope I can find some free libraries available in the internet, sorry, some free pictures that's available in internet so that I don't really have to make everything from scratch. So yeah, that is what I'm going to be doing. And I hope you can grab your tea, coffee, and whatever it is and join me in this journey, even though you may or may not be able to stay for the entire duration of 12 hours. I will more than appreciate it if you can just stay for a couple, maybe even couple of minutes, and be sure to ask any and all questions in the live chat that's currently going. Currently, there's only one person watching, and you know what? That's completely fine. I am getting back to YouTube and I am a bit rusty, so it's fine if I have to start from step one. Just give me 2 minutes. I will just start the setup and then you can start seeing this. Okay, alright guys, so I am going to start now, but there has been a small problem. Currently, I don't have a webcam or a camera, so I'm using a wireless communication for performing the live stream, and I am noticing that the movement of my mouth and the audio is lagging a bit. I really apologize for that. I'm so sorry. I hope that it doesn't happen in my other live stream, but honestly, there isn't much I can do since this is a wireless medium and I'm using my mobile phone as a camera. If you can subscribe, maybe I might buy a camera, just saying, you know. Yeah, okay. So, I am going to now start sharing you guys my screen, and then the only thing that currently I have opened is an empty um, Google window, and that is it. And you guys, I hope, can now see my screen. Yay. Okay, honestly, I'm a bit scared because I really don't know what I'm supposed to do. But the first thing that I'm gonna do is just take a look at the games that I can build with Pygame. I am kind of hoping that I can build something in the lines of platformer because not only will it include most aspects of Pygame, that includes your AI, that includes your player movements, keyboards, events, and it's a pretty easy, not easy, well, it's a pretty good habit of making a game. Let me also just change my logo from right side of the screen to the left side. If you can see down, I will be moving the logo live. Just give me a moment. Because it is obstructing with my. Okay, if you can see this, I have picked up my logo and now it is going to be going to this side. And no need. There you go. All right, I forgot to say the name of the series is going to be Code with Me. I hope that's not copyright. I did not check. All right. Okay, so as you can see here, okay, so I did search Pygame tutorial. Okay, so just give me a couple of minutes, just five. I will read the basic version of what I have to do in Pygame. Until that, let me just open my Visual Studio Code and create a new Python file. I will just name this test. Okay, so usually if you are going to make a game in Python, you can just usually do something stupid. Maybe even not make a game that big. I can just make a small number guessing game right now. That is what I'm going to be doing just so that I can show you something before we can. Oh my God, I have a question. Can we see your screen? I hope my screen is currently showing. Let me just double check. Oh yes, I believe my screen is visible. No worries. Okay. Yes. So as I was saying before continuing Pygame, I just wanted to make a small number guessing game. It will take probably 10 to 15 minutes, just so that I can give you, sorry, just so that I can show you what is the difference between using a Pygame and not using a Pygame. Um, let's just make this a really small game. I feel we can just use the model random, then number guess is equals to random dot and then 1, 10. User guess is equals to. I will be explaining my process. Just give me 1 second. Um, Guys, and if you're putting comments in the comment section, you don't need to remove it, even though if the comment is wrong. I'm not going to feel bad just because you asked me to show my screen. That's completely fine. You can just keep your comments in. Yes, so user guess would be an input, but first we need to convert the input into integer, and then we can just ask guess the number. All right. So basically here what I've done is actually pretty straightforward. I just wanted to create a small game in Python. Just let me use my terminal. Python test.py. So this is just a okay. All right. Mm, right. So I just wanted to create a small game in Python. As you can see, this just took me 2 minutes probably, and this is basically what you can do with Python. Make games like this. Maybe you can use a little bit of tkinter. Now with the Pygame, now I will be able to firstly make more complicated games that actually include event management. Right now, hey, someone saying hi in the chat. Hi, what's up with you? Right. So currently what I'm doing here is basically getting an input from the user and checking it against the number that is being generated in the random.random 1 comma 10. So this is basically the kind of game you usually make in Python when you are directly talking about textual games or maybe small games. But with Python, you can make actual games which can require higher event management. For example, in this case, the event that I'm currently looking at is taking an input. Now here, when I'm taking the input, two things are happening. First thing, the program is halting temporarily until I continue with the game. That could be a problem while making a real world game, because when you're making a real version of a game, if you are entering a arrow button or an using the ASDW controls, you are not going to be able to stop and then continue the game. The game still has to be going in the background. So the use of Pygame should be that, as far as I am familiar with it. Now I am going to start using Pygame. So this is the actual part where I don't know how to do anything. Okay, let's start with introduction to Pygame. I have already installed Pygame, and okay, let me just copy this code. I swear I'm not going to be using this code just for fun. I'm just trying to make a sense of what is the capability of Pygame. Okay, so what events can I do? Okay, so if event type dot key down, hmm. Okay, so let me just understand the basic terminology. Yes, I would love some ideas for my first game. I would much appreciate it. Technologic, if you are posting any comments, it's more than fine if you can just keep them. I will appreciate it if you send me your ideas. And Ishan, uh, I'm not going to pronounce the surname because I will be terrible at it. The ID I'm using is currently Visual Studio Code. I feel it is the best. You can use PyCharm too, but Visual Studio Code supports most programming languages and it is easier to work on other things. And Technologic, I am waiting on your comment for the ideas. Okay, okay, so as per the documentation, the first thing you need to do is import Pygame, and when you import the star, I mean this statement from pygame.locals import asterisk. Asterisk basically means import everything in that library. Okay, then they created an class called Square, then they used pygame.sprite.sprite, def init, def init, super square. Okay, maybe I should read the document a little bit more. Okay, let's start from getting started. Alright, so all you need to do to initialize the game is hit import pygame. Then you can just use pygame.init, and this is how you initialize, how you start and input the model. All right. Now currently the process that I'm going to be doing is this. First, I'm going to make a small and a simple game that is easily can be made within stipulated time, and it already has all the materials ready by the community of Pygame, and that game would be, let's take from our comment section, Pong, Snake, or Breakout. Okay, you know what? Let's make Pong because I like that game. I used to play it while I was a kid, and I feel it is simple enough and intuitive enough so that I can learn event management. I can use the keys. Okay, so here's one more thing that when you are developing your any program in general, the first thing that you can do is always think what you want to make in detail and think of all the parts of the program. For example, if I'm going to making a game Pong, it has two crucial things. The first is the player movement and second is the ball. The player movement is basically the movements of the paddles which can be controlled, if multiplayer, can be controlled using arrow keys as well as ASWD, so that you can control the two paddles going up and down in X axis, sorry, in Y axis. Then you also need a ball that has to be an entity that can touch the paddle, and then the paddle can bounce it back. So you need to control its momentum, and whenever the ball is going to touch the paddle, it reverses the momentum or the axis. Basically, for example, it is going from X and Y axis. We can simply change its movement if we negate the X axis, so that instead of going like this, it will go like this. Now, I'm not 100% sure how I can implement it in Pygame, but that is actually a good idea. Thank you, Technologic. I will mm, just give me a moment. All right. So it is my hope that if I can make this Pong game in Python, that I will be able to get the basic information of event management so that I can create the platformer game that I've been thinking of. And I can also think about sprites. I can maybe import a paddle for as a sprite. I will tell you what a sprite is. I am a bit familiar with game designing. It's not like I'm completely out in the dark. Okay, in order to create the design, you need to do pygame dot display dot set window. All right, set mode. The coordinates. I am going to just create a square game of 500 by 500 and let's just see what output does this give. Hmm. Okay, so I think so that is how you set the width and the height of the game. Now keep that window until exit button. Okay, so according to the official or the document, we need to create a loop in Python, which will continuously check the event and all the variables required. So basically what that means is whenever you are creating anything in Python, you need to always get the input of the user, just as I previously created a while loop and set number of guesses to be less than set while loop with number of guesses if is greater than 0, then the loop continues. In the same state, we are going to be using a Python while loop, but instead of using a condition, we are just going to keep the while loop at true. Now, here you can just write while true, and this should work just fine. But what they have done basically is created an variable and named it true. Now, the reason that they did that is nothing but for simplicity of the coder. It will not change if you write while true, it will just remain the same. But when you're programming, there are some conventions for some modules, and I believe that this is the convention that is going to be used in the Pygame community. Okay, now let me just get a brief of this pygame.event.get. Sure, Ishan, I will take a look if I can do a live session for Java too. I'm not the best in Java, but that doesn't mean I won't try. Okay, so the pygame.event.get checks for every single event that happens. An event is basically anything that is considered to be an input. An event can be a key down or a keystroke. That means when you press a key. An event down can be when you move a cursor. And if you are focusing on higher elements, event can be movement of a camera, movement of a joystick button, or anything that causes an input. Now, it is really important that events in Python have been taken as a part continuously and can run in the background. The problem that we faced while I created the small game is when you are looking for an event using the conventional just textual passages is that you cannot run a program continuously. in the background while taking an input. For example, if it is a time stipulated game, maybe you can use concurrency to start the timer in the background and create another thread for the input, but it goes a lot more complicated. Pygame provides you the simple thing that you can do so that you don't really have to use concurrency, thread management, which is very complicated to be honest, and you can easily make mistakes in that. Let me just make a small note in the chat. I was just humming a song. I do that sometimes. All right. The second statement we are using if event.type equals to pygame.quit running equals to false. Now I'm not sure about event.type, but pygame.quit, as the name suggests, is going to tell the pygame to stop. Now, basically, in order for the pygame to stop, they are just turning the variable running equals to true to running equals to false. Now, the second time when the loop will run, it will automatically stop since the while condition has become false. Mhm, 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 mhm. All right, let's give this a go and let hope something happens. Video system is not initialized by game.event.get. Hmm. Okay, let me just copy this and see if I am doing something wrong. Okay, I'm still getting the same error. All right, let me just copy this code and see if there is a problem with my program or a problem with Python in general. All right. Now, the best thing that I like to do when I compare the code is I just like to paste it in the same terminal and then I can just give it a look side by side, seeing what mistake I have done. Currently, the issue I'm facing is regarding the yes, the currently the issue that I'm facing is in line 7. If event.type, maybe I'm doing something wrong. Okay, so the reason that error occurred is because I was using the quit method with small caps instead of the big ones, and then after I changed it, I forgot to save the file and I don't have autosave on. Okay, no, I still have the same issue. Pygame.init, pygame.display.set, running equals to true, while running for event in pygame.event, if event.type equals to pygame.false. Okay, let me just check this once again, line by line, to see if I have any error in the program. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, this is my fault. This is an amateur mistake. This is really stupid. I am actually using brackets in pygame.quit. Now using brackets basically initial calls a function, and we are not trying to call a function, we are just trying to check if the function is true or false. In the same way, event.type, you can write brackets, but then it will call a function. That is my fault. All right, so now let's see the output. Yes. In this article, I'm not really sure what do they mean by formed screen. Okay, so basically an entire screen. Hmm. Okay, so according to this, I can just get the screen type, screen size. So basically what do they mean is if you want a full screen display for your Pygame, you want an entire display instead of the 500 by 500 resolution that we are currently using here. What can we do? So we can just create the screen size using the method screen dot get size. Um, just give me 5 minutes, guys. There has been a small technical difficulty. I will be back. Just give me 1 minute. I apologize for the technical difficulty. I was just having some problem with streaming. All right. So as I was looking at this, hmm okay. So if I can get this by game screen equals to by game dot display, and I run this and I save this. I'm not really sure if this is going to work, but let me give this a go. Now, if I can just add this here, then I can write x comma y. This should give me a full screen, and it does. Um, I can just so basically what I did here is I just saved the pygame.display.set mode into an variable, and when I am using screen pygame.display.set mode, basically I am actually this is the same as writing this. This should in theory give me the same output as it did before. As you can see, this is the same output. All this using the screen does is makes it a little bit more clear. Now let me get a little bit more into the documentation. All right. So the currently I am not going to be using full screen because if I am going to use a full screen, it is not going to look good on while explaining or while showing. Instead, I'm just going to use a 500 by 500 screen. Now there is an option where you can just try resizable pygame.resizable. Sorry. Hmm. Resizable. Now if I run this, I should be able to resize the program and I can do that. Now if I set this to false or basically not putting it will give you false by default, I will not be able to resize the game. Now this is not really useful when I am going to create a game in Python instead of just learning. The reason that is you want your game to have fixed coordinates instead of having the user edit the coordinates, and by coordinates I'm meaning the height and the width of the screen and not the coordinates that's usually. All right, currently I'm just going to keep that on. Pygame.display.set caption, pygame.display dot set caption resize. There you go. I'm not really sure why the coordinates are going from here and it's not coming down, but as you can see, I can now resize it as per my needs, which is actually quite good for some applications. But for the game that I'm currently thinking, I don't really feel that it's going to give me an edge. Okay, now let's take a look at how to set the background of the screen. I'm really going from the very bottom and building my way up, and I know that this is kind of boring. If you want, you can just come back at around 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock, and I feel that I will be completed this entire documentation and I will be firm with starting a game, and around 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock if it takes, will start making the game in Python instead of just taking a look at the basic documentation. So if you guys want, you can just come back later. But for all of you, those people who are staying, thank you very much and it is much appreciated always. Just for a couple of minutes, I am going to stop my commentary and do this as fast as I can because this is the basic of the Pygame, and I really don't want to be teaching you something that can easily be learned that with documentation. So just give me 1 minute, or actually 15 minutes, and after that, you guys can talk to me. Hmm. All right. So let me just explain you this in just 1 minute. So basically what currently we're doing is we are setting up a color for the screen to be filled. As you can see, I set the color for light pink. I know it's RGB code. That is the reason I was able to do that. But if you want to do this, you can just simply go to Google or anything, get the color you want and set its RGB color. I'm getting an error in line number one. I don't really feel that there is a error in line one. Yes, there you go. So as you can see, this is the color of light pink, and I can just use RGB dot color to change this. And now, as you can see here, this is the basic of the basic, I feel, to get started with Pygame. Now let's get start to change the name of Pygame. I feel we already have done that. We can just use pygame dot set caption. I can just name it testing so that we can see that the caption right here is being changed to testing. In future, I believe that we can also change this small icon. You can see this. I think so it's called a Favicon. Now, a favicon is basically a small sprite that is usually placed on top of a lot of things. For example, even in this website, as you can see, the website's logo has been created. Let me just double check if it is called favicon. Yes, yeah, it's a file format genre. I feel that I'm pronouncing favicon wrong. I just want to take a look at that because I'm going to be using favicon. Okay, I have been pronouncing that right. I really don't want to be pronouncing it wrong. Okay, yeah, there you go. You can just change the icon here using the pygame.display.set icon. Now, in order for us to set the icon, the first thing that we need to do is get a icon here. Right now, I'm just going to go to Google and get some copy, right, free icons examples. Right now, I'm just in the learning stage of using this, so it really doesn't matter whatever the icon is. I just want a star maybe. Okay. No, let me just download this as a PNG. All right, I just want a simple icon. Can I just get that without attribution or anything? Mm, I don't know. It doesn't matter. Anything works as long as I don't have to give a contribution. I usually do contribute. Please do not take this in a wrong way, but currently I'm in a live stream and I won't be able to contribute the author for that. But please do not take this in any wrong way. I always contribute whatever copyright work that I use, but mostly I use non-contribution or attribution work. I've been using the wrong word. I meant attribute. I do attribute the author whenever it is necessary. Please do not take this in the wrong way. I will just name this icon. Now I feel that we can directly access and hit pygame.display.setCaption, pygame.image.load, pygame.image.load. Now, since the program is in the same directory as is of the file location, we don't need to write anything but PNG, but sometimes, the file name, but sometimes this can be a huge problem, especially when you're dealing with a different file location and a different file location of your PNG or whatever the module it is, because then it will try to search the module in the same directory. Currently, in the directory of programming live pygame, I have the both of the files in the same place. That is why I believe that I'm not going to face any problem. Now I can just hit pygame dot set icon, pygame dot display dot set icon, set icon. And I can just pass in the variable called icon. I just forgot to display the variable. I just forgot to save the variable. If I reload this, I should be getting the favicon changed. It is giving me a small glitch. I apologize for that. But as you can see here, b- just to see the cursor is pointing before the favicon was of the Python game engine, and now it is of a duty-free transport sign. Exciting, right? I will be designing my own Pygame later when I will be making an actual game, so stay tuned for that. Okay, so now this is where I feel the things are going to be get interesting because this is just basic things like setting up the background and stuff, but here we can just take a look at what we will be doing by using the game loop. Game loop is basically what we have done here. We can just call this the loop. A loop is basically if you're learning from the beginning, a loop, I feel most people know what a loop is, but if you don't know, it's completely fine. A loop is basically a continuous execution of a certain event until a certain condition has been met or has been false. For example, I can set a while loop to true and it will run continuously and execute the function. You know what? I'm going to delete this comment. I just like to talk, so I'm going to talk anyways, even if I keep it or not. Pygame.internet, pygame.set mode. Mm, okay, maybe we can make the small thing. Now, see, the one thing that I like to do while I'm learning something new is I like to experiment myself own. Now, I know the basic concepts, how can I change the color of the screen? And I also know that currently this has been rotating continuously. So I believe if we can just use import sleep from time, import sleep. I just want to make a small test and see if it works out or not. And after which we can just see for ourselves that what I'm doing is right or wrong. I believe if I just set the color screen here and change the color from this to this and this will be here while running, and I'm not 100% sure that this is going to work or not. I'm just experimenting myself and hoping that this works. Point 1 second. After which we'll just change the color again from RGB to blue. Okay, I hope that this works. And alright, it does not work. And that's completely fine. Let me just keep it here and see if it works or not. Okay, maybe the duration of this is way too less for us to actually see what is being happen. Okay, so it kind of works. Supposedly, I feel that we are doing something wrong. Let me just check how did they do it. All right, so the first thing that I mis did a mistake is I added this as a part of the for loop, and they are showing that we can do this. And let me just add the timer to zero point 0.6, that's 600 milliseconds. No, I feel we have the same problem. Hmm. Window dot. Okay, maybe if I just copy this, window dot fill color, and I just paste this here and here. And now if I play this, supposedly it should work. All right, so it is actually working. I just need to add a one more sleep screen just here. I know using sleep is the worst thing that you can use while trying Pygame because sleep basically puts your entire program at rest, and you never want that because you always and always want the program to be running in the background and continue to take a look at all the events. Now, this is working. I am quite happy for that, but I do know that my method that I have used here is wrong. Instead, I am going to try to use their method and just do what they did. They just set the color. Let me just take a look. They just set the color equals to red. Mm, All right. So basically, if they are firstly checking, they're using screen fill, and instead of using the option to hard code the RGB code, they are using color, and after which they are using an if statement. If color is equals to red, this is a string, so it will require this, and if it is red, they are changing color to green. Hopingly, this will give the effect of changing. Oh, sorry, changing this. Now they have changing the colors, and now as you can see, if it is not that, then color is red. This is the exact syntax, and I still mess something up. Yes, right. I also need to write pygame.display display dot flip. Now this should probably work. Hopefully. Yes, this is working, but as you can see, this is well, yeah, this is for all the people who are sensitive to light. I am very sorry. But yeah, so that is that. It is working. But the reason theirs is going that slow and mine is going that fast is not because there is something wrong in the program, but it is just quite common while coding that there will be a significant differences. It is completely based on maybe the clock rate or maybe the time of execution or maybe they just slow down the video for the user to easily take. We also changed the Pygame. I feel we can just skip that. Let's take a look at the Pygame surface because this is what we will need while making the ping pong game after about an hour or so. Okay, all right, I am back. I was just checking if the stream is going well, and I believe it is. Okay. All right. I feel this is a bit familiar to TK Inter. If anyone of have used TK Inter before, I'm going to change this code firstly, and I'm just going to remove it. Then I am going to take a look at this, and then we can just do this. So basically what I'm trying to do right now is create a surface. Now creating a surface in tkinter is quite similar to Pygame, I believe, because the syntax may be a little bit different, but all you do is pass in the coordinates of the whatever the syntax whatever the surface that you want. Surface basically is let's just imagine as an entity that can be activated or be used, be interacted with basically. I can just choose Pygame dot draw rect, and now I just need to provide the surface, which for us is screen. And then we need to provide the color value. Let's just keep it at red. Feel that this needs to be in this. Then we need to provide the coordinates. Let's just give it 40 and 80, 60, 40, and 60. Now if I run this, this will probably give an error. The rect argument is invalid. Oh, okay. So I need to pass this as a tuple. Pygame dot rect, and I need to pass this like this. Now I hope that this is still giving me an error. Right, there is a syntax error. And as we can see here, our small square of red stuff is not red stuff. Sorry, our small red square or sorry, red rectangle is available. I can just change the coordinates of this and make it big or small. I forgot to save the game. And now this has given us a rectangle that's a bit more longer than it was previously. And that is how you create a surface in Pygame. Okay, so we can also load an image into Pygame by using the similar syntax that we are using icon display.surface.split image comma 100 comma 100. So this is the source of your image, and these are the coordinate the height and width of the image. Let us simply just delete this and create the same image of the icon that we already have. So that is going to be display surface is basically the screen comma blit, and then we can just provide the icon, and then we can give the coordinates, that is basically the value. Let's give it 50 comma 50 because that is the how many pixels our image is. And as you can see, this image has been currently located right over here. Now we can change the coordinate from 50 to 50 to the left corner, that is 0 comma 0, and the image has been located there. Now, one thing to consider is when you're programming is the entire screen is of a certain coordinates, that is quite common. But unlike mathematics, the coordinate do not start at 0, comma 0 at the center of the screen. Instead, they start 0, comma 0 at the top left of the screen. That is important, and it's actually quite easier for programmers to code that way because you would know the exact value of your left top, and then you can get your image to anywhere instead of knowing the value of the center, which is not really useful sometimes. Right, we can display two, three, and I believe even 100 images using the same mechanism as below. Just need to change the coordinates a little bit. Let's just change this to x equals to 100. Now, yeah, this is still quite the basic. Now let's go to another thing and Pygame time. All right, this is actually quite important, and we know this why because, for example, when we are playing a platformer game, while not exactly a platformer game, but sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, while not exactly playing a platformer game, while playing most games, you usually have a time limit. Now, using the pygame.time methods, we can get the amount of time required, sorry, the amount of the time the game has been running per instance. So, if you're starting a level, you can set the timer to 0 and get the time taken by the player to complete the level, maybe even limit it, or say that this is too long, or even give stars based on how much time he has taken. Hmm. Now we can use pygame.wait. Oh my god. Making the script wait for 5,000 seconds. 5,000 seconds is 30 hours. No, sorry. 500 seconds will be, sorry, 5,000 seconds. Is 1.3 hours. I'm not really sure why they are making this. Okay, so basically what this is doing is pygame.wait dot, I believe I want to say it is milliseconds, but I do not think so it is milliseconds. I'm not sure, so let me just give it a go. Pygame dot wait, no, pygame dot time dot wait, time dot wait. Now we can just pass in, yeah, that is milliseconds. There is a small problem in the Geeks of Geeks library making the script wait for 5,000 milliseconds. I'll just report that so that we don't really have that much problem. I don't want to report it actually, I just want to report a problem. Improves, suggest changes. There, mm, error in and comment value. Mm, right. Let me just check some grammar. All right, I just reported this small error. This is just a small error. I just like to see things which are perfect. All it should say is 5,000 milliseconds instead of 5,000 seconds. Now, if I run this program, what will happen is similar to what is supposed to happen while we were using the sleep module. And there's actually basic, we can just use sleep module, I believe. We can use sleep, comma 5. Now sleep module takes in as seconds and it gives us the same output. So using the pygame.time.sleep or the pygame we can get the same output, but I believe there are a few other things that you can do, like get ticks. You can't really use sleep module, but there is a function in time where you can do that. me just get familiar with this. I have a question from Lakshmi. Can it possible to create game with more levels in Python? Yes, it is possible that you can create a fully fledged Python game that has multiple levels, such as you can maybe even make something like Candy Crush or a lot of games which have levels. It is a bit more hard. We also have another user called Prayanam. Hi to you too, and I am excited to have you on board. By the way, if you guys are wondering, uh, while making the live, it is always there has to be some lag between what you see and what is actually happening. So in the comment section, I am able to see your comments a little bit quicker than I can actually respond to them. But even though I'm responding to them in real life. All right, let me just get familiar with pygame.time.txt. Okay, so basically this gives us for the time the game has been running in milliseconds. Well, if you have the data in milliseconds, you can easily convert it to seconds, which is a lot more universal to use, and I feel that is what they're trying to do. And here, all they are doing is um, basically creating an variable and setting this loop to run 5 times since it is 0 and it will increment 1 time each time it will run 5 times, and for every single time they are pausing the pausing the game for 5 milliseconds. I will implement the same thing here, but instead of using the while loop, I will just continuously run the loop and then we can just see the log for it. Print pygame dot time dot get ticks, and I believe we can just use a sleep module. I will be using the regular module for it too, but I mean I will be using the Pygame Sleep module too. I just wanted to check here. And as you can see, if I look at the data, it's 6,772 milliseconds. And then we can see after 100 milliseconds have been skipped, it is 6,872 milliseconds. Now, the reason it is only 100 is because this takes as in sleep module takes it as seconds. But if we just use pygame.time dot wait wait, then we can just use milliseconds and then we can just do this. Now, 1,000 millisecond is 1 second. So basically, if we are here right now, the game should pause every millisecond. As you can see, the game is going to go from 7353 to 8354. Now, the reason you might be wondering that why is there a millisecond gap? The best explanation that I can give in short is it's because computers, even though are extremely fast, they do still have some problems, and this is one of them. If your computer is not perfectly synced up, I mean, it's not perfect, so that is the reason that this happens. Yeah, that was a poor explanation. I'm sorry. I've been talking for a little too much right now. All right, this is, I believe, a most and a very important part of any game that is your clock and basically sorry, that is your frame rate. So in order to set the frame rate, you basically need to set the tick rate. Now, tick is when an event occurs, how many times or frames per second. Now, basically, they are creating an object called clock and then, sorry, they're creating a variable called clock, then assigning an object of the clock or an instance of a clock to the variable And then they're setting clock dot tick 1, that is the maximum number of frames that can be loaded per second. A tick happens basically per second. I believe that is what they mean. Now let us implement the same thing in Python using the same terminology. I am just going to use a variable called clock. Then I can just set pygame.clock, pygame.time.clock dot clock. Then I can just set this object to none. Now we have the object at our arsenal. Now that we can just hit this, and now if we just go and hit clock dot tick, and then we just set it to 1, and this is the frame rate that our program is going to run. And if you just print clock, that- yeah, clock dot get time is basically the amount of the time used in the previous tick. All right, so we can also print the frame rate just by using get FPS. FPS stands for frames per second. All right, let me just run this and see the output of the program. I'm just going to remove the time. This. Now, as you can see, currently we are getting the get time, that is the time used in the last frame, about 1000 milliseconds, and then we are getting the frames per second to close to 1. Now, the reason it is never close to 1 is when you're computing or using computational technologies like laptops, it is possible to get a value that is it is not possible to get a value that is completely accurate. That is why we are getting 0.999200000, which is close to 1, but it is not close to 1, even though we tried our best to say that we want 1 frame per second. Basically, what this is doing is performing once frame every single second. In a game, usually what we want is 24 frames per second, because that is the standard for animation also. Sorry, not 20, sorry, the standard for animation is 24 frames per second. And as you can see, if I do that, the amount of the time used in the last is 42. Uh, all right, maybe there is something wrong with that, but the frame rate is 24. Let me just go here and double check this. Okay, I feel that we have completed the basics of Pygame. Let me just stop this program and let me just talk to you guys for a couple of minutes. I see that 3 people are watching right now. If you want to say something, just feel free to comment down anything. The live stream has been going for 1.5 hours, and I feel that I'm learning a things a little bit slow, but that is mostly because I'm trying to explain also. But I am going to just take a 10-minute small break from commentary, and then I will just be doing learning all this as fast as I can so that we can move on to the important things such as event handling and making an actual game in Python. So for 5 seconds or 5 minutes, the live stream is going to be absolutely quiet. I will still say something in between though. Hmm. Guys, just give me a small minute. There has been a problem with lighting. I will be back in less than a minute. Okay, I am back. I'm so sorry for that. Right, where was I? Now, coming to the most important and fun part of the Pygame is event management. Event management, as I've been telling from the start, is really, really important. CPN asks, "Hi, how it's going? How is it going so far?" So far, it has been great. Thank you for asking. I'm a bit tired though because I have been talking non-stop for 1.5 hours. All right, so I have been just checking out the Spy game here. This is a small Pong game that the Pygame Geeks for Gigs community they themselves made. I believe I want to make something like this. I'm not going to copy their code exactly, but if it helps, I'm going to take a look at the logic so that I can develop my own. The most important and useful thing that I feel while programming is always take a look at the logic of other people's projects and take an inspiration from that because the best thing that can happen is just give me one more minute. Right, yes, just my dear mom brought me some food because I am starving. The last I ate was, I don't even remember. So I'll be eating and then streaming. Completely professional, absolutely professional. Alright, so yes, as I was saying, event management is most important thing in Python, and according to this document, Pygame provides us the key down and key up event management on default, but it also allows us to create our own event manage events. That is what we will be doing right now. This syntax is for us to get the event of our mouse, and then this is the syntax and the things that are required to get the event for the keyboard events. I will be taking a look at the keyboard first because keyboard is what we will be using to control our game and not mouse. Not only that, keyboard is most conventional in most games also. Okay, display equals to pygame dot display dot set mode 300, 300. This is what we have for event in pygame. If event type equals to pygame dot key down, then print a key has been pressed. I believe that they mean the alphabet A, not the key A, because they're currently not looking for the special type of key. If event dot type equals to key down, pygame dot key down, then again I really don't want to call the function, then we can just print key press detected, and this should work, I believe. And it is not going to be, sorry, it is going to print it in the terminal and it's going to print in the console and the terminal and not in the game itself. But I feel we can do something here just a little bit. Instead of printing it, what we can do is pygame dot set. I forgot how to set the caption. I just give me a moment. I just want to see how to change the name of the window. Pygame.display.set caption, right? Display.set caption, and then we can just write key pressed. And if I now play this, and if I, yes, it works. All right, so as you can see here, it is showing Pygame window, but whenever I press a key, for example, I press G, it is going to show key pressed, which is what we want. Now, this is quite simple and useful for anyone because right now, if I want to take a input from the user, for example, if the user presses the letter A, I want to move to the left, or if the user provides the letter W, I want to move to the front. We can use that using the syntax. Mhm. Okay, so this is what I was saying. When I was saying that this is currently not giving us any specialized output. For example, if we have pressed the letter A, it should say that we have pressed the letter A. For the reason that I want that is because if for example, we are developing a game, we don't want random key presses. If only the user presses arrow key, then we'll move forward. I feel it's quite straightforward to be understood. Now I am going to take a look at the WASD. So I'm just looking at where it is. Yes, there you go. K underscore ABCD, and if we just go here and see, yes, there you go. This is what exactly we want by game dot. Hmm, okay, so if by game dot K capital K underscore A, I feel that is enough, and then we can just hit A pressed. And if I press any other key, it doesn't work, but if I hit A, it still doesn't work. That means there is some problem in my program. If event if A was pressed. Mhm. I feel that this should be working. I'm not really sure why. Let's change this to print instead of the caption and see if this works. Um, I'm still not getting a key pressed. Let me just double check if I'm doing something wrong in the syntax. Okay, so I did not use the system module, and let me just see if I need to use that module somewhere in the program. Okay, right. So I have to use a nested if statement. Currently, I did not use a nested if statement. If event type is equals to key down and event type equals to pygame dot k underscore a. This should be the same output as before, but let me just see if this changes something. No, I still have the same error. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. Let me just change this and let me just keep it an empty canvas because it's frustrating a little bit. Hmm. All right. Let me just import sys even though it is not being currently used according to my knowledge. I don't really believe that we are using sys. All right. It is still not working for, let me just double check this. We are using for event pygame.get event if event type dot query pygame dot query if event type dot equals to pygame dot key down. Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, I am totally on amateur mistakes today. I was supposed to write event dot type equals to pygame dot key down dot key down and then add this as the nested loop here. Let's just hope that this works, and it still doesn't work. Hmm. Okay, maybe I'm doing something else wrong. Mm, if event dot key. Oh, okay. If event dot key, not event dot type. Yes, as you can see, it is printing to the console. Now I just want to change the size of the name of the screen instead of the console because it gives a better effect than this. I hope that I'm audible right now, and I am so sorry for the inconvenience. I really didn't mean it. That was. Thank you so much for the audience. I did not even realize that we were having a sound issue. I believe that we are online. Yes, I hope that the sound is working right now. Can someone tell me? Can someone just message if the sound is good? All right. If there are no responses in the chat, it's completely fine. I will just continue. I'm sorry, I was answering question about the game. I just didn't really see the sound wasn't working. No worries. So basically, Soham is asking what type of game I'm making. I'm currently just following the game that is the Brick Breaker game. I'm just following the Geek of the Geeks, Geeks for Geeks organization's code just so that I can get some practice beforehand before I create the main platformer game. Now, before I do that, um, yeah, and Ishan is asking, can I just explain what I have done till now? So basically, I have imported two modules in Python called Pygame and Random. I have initialized the game and then I have set the width and the height. Then I have created three functions. The first function, collision detector, is quite simple actually. It returns you a bool value. A bool value is basically true or false. Now, a bool value that it is returning is based on the collision between the ball and the rectangle. Now, a rectangle is basically the brick that we are going to take a look at. And then we have defined another function called populate the bricks, populate the bricks. Now, the bricks population is just going to create the bricks everywhere on the screen for the ball to hit. Now, the game over function basically ends the game if the key space has it doesn't end the game, it just gives you return an bool value that is currently false if the game is over and the space button has been detected by the program. Okay, I'm again so sorry for the inconvenience. I really hope that we are online right now. Okay, so the class striker. Now the class striker is, I have no idea what it is, so let me just read it and then we can get started. So he is defining an initialization and then he is defining the class, passing itself as the parameter, position of x, position of y, width, height, speed, and color. Okay, all right. I am so sorry. My English is usually not this first. Striker is basically the ball that is going to hit the game. So I believe the striker, before starting to see the code, the logic of the striker would be to have a certain velocity or speed through which it will pass through the program, and it also needs to have x and y axis so that it can move and you can just negate, add or subtract the values of the coordinates so that you can get the value or change or create an illusion that the ball is moving in the game. And the another thing striker needs to have is probably its color. We are going to just keep it at white. And it also needs to have an function called update that is probably going to update the position and redraw every single time. We also need to pass if we also need to check every single time if the collision has been detected in between the striker and the ball. All right, so let's see if I was right. So let's just create a class called striker and I will type a little bit faster right now. We need to create a class, not a function, so we can just use the class method, and then we are passing some things. Right, sorry. All right, then we are creating our initialization. Uh, Now basically what we are going to do here is init. Uh, I sometimes love auto type and I sometimes hate it. We will pass itself as an argument, then we will pass x position, then we will pass y position, then we will pass the speed, then we can pass the color, and I believe that, all right, also we need to pass the height and the width. I'm going to write width first, then we can write the height, GHT, and there you go. After this, what are we going to do? Alright, we are just basically setting up some basic variables based on the instrument. Okay, so first thing that we need to do is set up xpos is equals to self.xpos, sorry, self.xpos dot x, xpos is equals to xpos. We can just write this like that. Then we can just try it. We can just set it up for all the things. I believe that we can just create a self.xpos, self.ypos, and then we also need self.width and height. I will just copy them from here so that it will be a lot easier and it will be a lot quicker. I can just copy this. I can paste this here. Copy and copy, and then we can just paste it here. Width. We can change the width here, we can change the height. We will need to do the same thing about other things like yeah. Mm-hmm. All right. We also need to do the same thing about the speed and the color. I'm just going to copy it from here. I'm sorry, but I am a firm believer that if you know something, then you can not copy it, but basically save some time while typing. But yeah, that's basically it. Now we also need to write another variable. This variable is going to be this is not actually a variable. This is actually how we are going to define the values of the striker. Now for the striker dot rect pygame dot rect open bracket, then we can just pass in all the variables that we just got. I'm so sorry, but I am also copying this because this is just repetitive work. All right, then we also need to create self.block pygame. All right, let me just give you a small explanation of what is happening here. Basically, what we are doing is we are creating two variable called striker rect, which is basically the size of the striker, and then we were also creating self.block, which is basically drawing another rectangle. Sorry, drawing the rectangle that we will need. Our rectangle, the striker is actually not the ball. The striker is actually the paddle that through which the ball bounces, which is fixed on one axis. That axis is x-axis. Now we also need to render the object on the screen. Now I believe we can just create a function called health. Self.display. Now we actually need to display it. We are going to pass self through it. And then if self.health is greater than 0, then we can write self.rect equals to pygame dot draw rect. Okay, I also messed up a little bit here. Screen, comma self dot color, comma self dot block rect. Oh, I'm so sorry, guys. I by mistakenly changed this to the other screen, and I didn't even realize that the screen was not showing. Alright, so I just completed with the striker class, and I just actually just copied it because I was feeling that there was something wrong, and now I'm just going to go through it just so that I am familiar with it, and I also forgot to eat. Alright, so right now what we did is created a striker class, and now we created the basic initialization and drawed it. Now we are drawing the striker, and then we are defining the update method. So basically update method is going to update the position of the striker. The reason that we are only using the xfac is because we are not going to move the striker up and down. We are only going to move it horizontally, and horizontally only one coordinate is required. That coordinate is x. We don't need y-axis, and we only are going to be focusing on x-axis, and the y will be constant, so there is no need for moving it. Now we are using self dot pause x. Now the we are getting the position of x, and then we are adding self dot speed multiplied by x fact. Now x fact is basically going to be the past, is basically going to be passed by the is going to be passed as an argument whenever the function is going to be activated. Sorry, whenever the function is going to be called. If we self dot pause is less than equals to 0, then self dot pause is equals to 0. Basically, if the position is less than equals to 0, then just set the position to 0. Otherwise, we will be increasing the width and then self.striker.rect. This will basically draw us the rectangle, and the update method will only work as many as time the tick rate is currently 60, so it is going to be called 60 times per second, and it is going to update 60 times per second. GetRect will basically give striker rect. Striker rect is this function that is the current coordinates of the rectangle. Now moving on to the block class, and wow, this is a huge code. Alright, no worries. It's fine. Um, Sometimes you gotta do work hard to, well, sometimes you gotta work hard to get good fruit. Okay, so now let's start with explaining and understanding the block class. But before that, actually, I would just like to take a moment and just to notice that what I did so that I will remember I almost just threw my laptop and it could have been so bad. You know what, actually, before I continue with the block class, I feel I should take a rest for 5 minutes because my back is starting to really hurt. Kind of have a physical problem, and I am going to continue after 15 minutes. So we will just continue at 4 o'clock. I'll say it then. Hello? Yes. Guys, you know what? I am a big idiot. Honestly, I made the same mistake twice. I for by mistakenly muted myself, and that is why no one can hear me. Am I audible now? You guys hear me now? Alright, guys, I'm so sorry for that small problem. Let me just get started with the questions. Yes, we have a question from Achilya. How far have you completed the game till now? Well, as I said, I am not really creating my own game right now. Right now, I'm just focusing on the game that Geeks for Geeks have in that tutorial so that I can learn Pygame first, and then we will get started with making our own game. But if you're asking about the Pygame, I feel that we have completed a huge portion of the work. Thank you for that question. Let's keep moving. Okay, I believe that if you guys can hear me, I would much appreciate it if you can just type in the chat that you can hear me. All right, I'm not really getting any responses, but no worries, it is absolutely fine. We are now focusing on the class ball, and then we will finally have the class game manager. The game manager is going to be the most important thing in this because it is the actual library that which will define, sorry, it is the actual function which will control all the things and all the functions that we just created. But before that, we need the class ball. Okay, so this is the class ball, then the def init for all the uh, classes is the same because they all require the same they require the same arguments, which is the position, health, width, and speed and color. But for this, we also will need radius. We don't need the height, weight. We will be requiring radius of this since this is actually the import. This is actually a circle, so that's why we'll need the radius so that we can just remove this, and we can just hit self dot radius equals to radius, and this will set our radius. The second thing that we'll be doing is setting up the x vac and y. Now, since this is a ball and this is not an sorry, this is a ball and this is not a rectangle, and this ball has to move in two dimensions. We will be requiring uh, the x and y axis, not only x. For example, we used xfac for the striker since it only moves in the x-axis, but now we will need the x-axis as well as the y-axis so the ball can move consistently through all parts of the screen. I also have one more question from Vachalya. What library are you using? And we also have someone else in the chat, Sia. Hi, Sia. It's going nice. Thank you for asking. Coming back to the question, I'm currently only using few core libraries. That is Pygame for the game engine and random library for the random. Well, to randomly select between white and black, green. Before we move on to black, I would just like to explain the block function once again because this is kind of important. The block class is also important because up here, while create populating the list of bricks, I'm going to use this. We also I forgot to use list.append. Actually, we need to write list of bricks.append. Right, there you go. While populating the bricks, we are passing in the class block and then we are passing all these arguments, which is I and j. Now, I and j is basically the height and the width. And Sia is asking, make me mod as well. I'm sorry, but not everyone can be the mod, and I only have a few. trusted people who are the moderators. All right, coming back to the program, uh, we are also passing the brick height and the width and the choice between white and green. Now here we can see using the block, and we are passing the X position, which is I, Y position, which is J, the width, the height, the speed, and the color. Now if we come back to the class block, we can see the color is equals to the color which is going to be passed in. The damage is going to be the 100, because that it will be, because we can also write damage as 1 if it is required. We can also we also mentioned if the color is white, then the damage, then the health of the color would be 200, and if not, then the health will be 100. So if the random module chooses the color is white, then it will automatically say that the color is going to be white and the health will be assigned 200. If not, then the health is going to be 100. With self-block.react, we are going to create the actual rectangle and create its position, and there will be a lot of them. And then after which we are going to create the block, after which we defined a function called display. This function will is basically going to return a bool value, or sorry, this function is actually going to have an important condition that if the health is greater than 0, then and then only will the block will be displayed. So for example, if the block has 100 health and it has been hit once by the ball, it will automatically deduct the health, and then the block will start to display. The hit function basically negates or gives the sum of the gives sorry, the hit function basically reduces the health from the damage. For example, if the health is 200 and the ball hits it once, it is going to remove the health 100, and the health of the block will be 100. If the getRect basically gives us the coordinates for the rectangle, and getHealth basically gives us the health for the each brick. Now coming to the class block, we have currently created an initialization, and we are passing in the parameters that are self. Self is basically itself, then X position, Y position. We don't have height and width. Instead, we have radius, speed, and color. The radius will tell us how big the ball is going to be. It is going to be constant. We are not changing it, but still it is better if we just pass it as a parameter, so that in future we can change it at any given time as we want. Now self dot exfact. Okay, now self dot exfac and self dot yfac will give us the given coordinates for the requirement of movement of the ball in x and y axis. This is going to be 1 comma 1. Self dot ball equals to circle. I'm just going to copy this because we already know the meaning of this, and we it is quite simple. This is basically going to this function. Basically, what it does is it draws the ball, basically a circle in the screen, which is our main screen. Then it gives the color which we will pass, and then it this is the coordinates, and this is the radius of the ball. Now coming back to the other functions, self display, self update, and reset. Okay, this actually is basically the same display function that we are, not this one. Similar, no, yeah, similar display function that we are using here to update the striker. Instead, now we will be using this to update the ball itself. The update method will be the same, and we will be using it to update the speed and the position of the ball, so that we know where the ball is, and then we can move it front and back. I can just hit that, and there you go. I feel that this is done. And then the display ball. display is completed, we need to define one more function called update, and this function will basically going to be this function is going to update the location. So all we need to do is self, let me just remove it, and let me just write xpos equals to fact self dot x fact multiplied by speed, self dot speed, sorry, self dot speed. Now all we need to do is do the same thing, but for the y-axis, so that the ball has both axes. Now I can just copy it here and I can just paste this numeric key, and then we have the y fact here, and then we can just add the y position here. Now we're updating this, but what we need to do is let me just read this once and then I will explain. Guys, once again, I am just learning Pygame live in front of you. I'm just trying to give the basic instance of how I learn. I basically learn like this. I code a game or I learn the basics, then I start to do a small project in this. And that is what I'm doing. I get to know the logic. But right now, I did get to know a lot that how a ball can be created, how we can define and detect a collision. I believe we will also create an event management that will help us to move the ball, but I believe that is going to be a part of the game manager function and game manager class, sorry. Yes, but currently, currently what we need to do is we also, as I was saying from the beginning, need to change the position of the ball if the ball touches the edges of the screen, which will, just give me a second. Right. So basically what we are doing is checking if the position of the ball is less than the total width of left side of the ball. Now, if the ball is at the leftmost corner, then it will automatically going to negate. Or we can also write that if the ball is on the left rightmost corner. Now to get this, this is quite similar. We can just use equals to, and we can say greater than. Now we do know the complete width. We will not hardcore it anyways. Okay. And there you go. Now if this happens, all we are going to do is, as I previously said, we are going to negate the value of x and y. Now, this is actually quite straightforward. This I don't feel requires any explanation. Xfac equals to minus 1. We will, however, we can either multiply it with minus 1 or set it to minus 1. It is not going to really matter much. I directly set it because whenever you multiply with 1, it is going to give you the same output as you are multiplying it with minus 1. But one thing that you need to consider is what I said was actually not completely true, because when it happens the first time, it is going to be the negative, but when it happens the second time, it is again going to be the positive. You need to consider that too. And yes, if we also need to check that if self dot position of the y is less than or greater than equals to, sorry, greater than or equals to the height, it will be the highest possible value of the height. That is why it is going to give us self-product factor. Oh, right. I'm so sorry for this. I made a small mistake. Basically, what we are doing is checking if the ball touches to the bottom corner, and if it does touch to the bottom side, that means we have to end the game, since it means that the player has played wrong. But if it does touch to the topmost corner of the height, then sorry, topmost side of the window, then we just need to negate it the same way that we did this. that would be 0, and then we can just write it as self dot yfac instead of x because we are playing with y-axis right now. Then I'll go to shape. Uh, we have a question in the chat. Is it possible to make such game in CPP as well? Well, not natively, but you can use C sharp, and it will be useful if you use the other languages because C++ is used for game making, but you usually use a game engine or something like that. All right, we were going to multiply this with -1, and there you go. That is all you need to do. And we also need to do one final no depends to it. If one final thing, we will make one more function self dot position of the y, but instead of checking for the lowermost, we are going to be checking for the higher position of the y uh, is going to be the greater than equals to height. Then we are going to return a value which is going to be true. Now we also need to return false if it does not touch to the height. So every time the method update is going to be called, it is going to return a value and the value can be the true or false. Now if it is true, that means the game has to be ended, and if it is false, well and good, we can complete playing the game. Now we have these three functions. These three functions are very much simple, and we can just copy it, and I'll just add this height to this. Now comes to the most important thing, that is our game engine. Let me just check if everything is going on. I hope my audio is of clarity right now, and yeah, I guess it is. I mean, just let me take a look at the screen, and yeah. I know there's a little bit of lag, and I am really sorry for that. Again, I really cannot do anything, but I'm trying my best to be at it. All right, just give me one more minute. I just need to check one more thing, and then we can complete this game finally with the final game engine. Uh, Guys, I'm so sorry. Just give me a couple of minutes, just a 5 minute break. It's not a break. I just have a small technical difficulty that I need to attend to, and I will be back. to unmute my mic. Yes. All right, I am fixed with my issues, and we can just continue with this. All right. So we completed the ball, and now let's get with the game engine or the game manager. This is the hardest. So let's just copy this and paste this, and there you go. I'm just kidding. I mean, I really want to do this, but gotta work hard. Just give me a minute, guys. Okay. So yes. We have a question from, I'm not going to pronounce the full name, but Lalita. Hi. Hey there. What are the main things in robotics? Well, it is not easy to say what is the main thing in robotics. Robotics is a much more multidisciplined branch, and it's not natively natively connected to computer science, but basically in robotics, everything comes, such as AI, ML, Internet of Things, and not only that, you can also talk about robotic operating systems, embedded systems, machine learning, 3D printing, and all this comes into robotics. It's just an interaction of the digital world into a physical world. So that is basically the answer to your question. Getting back to the game manager, we will now define a function instead of a class. Now we can just the reason that we were defining classes because we wanted to create an instance and not just a method. Now using this we can create the class method and then we can easily do that. We also have another question from Vachalya, which language is more efficient when creating system that uses interfaces? Well, actually, that question is kind of hard to say because there are multiple languages that you can use that. I will say Python is not the best language, I believe, to create entire entire interfaces, but it surely can be used for backend. But I will say C++ is one of the language that is mostly used. It's not the most efficient nowadays, but if you want to create something complicated, you can use KV library. It is a great library to create interfaces, and you can also use tkinter. But if you want to go with something more traditional, then you can always just stick to C++ and you will be good to go. We have a continuation from Lalita. So, like, why do you like robotics? Well, because I want to create a robot to take over the world. No. See, the reason I like robotics a lot is because, you know what, actually, while I'm just chatting, why don't I just show you my face instead of my screen? Right. So the reason I like robotics a lot is really complicated. Ever since I was a kid, I have been creating a lot of small robots such as IR sensors. Then I created Jarvis and made it to integrate with physical world. I just find it satisfying when you can make real life changes because no matter how much I do computer science, it's always digital and there's nothing for you to show. But if I create robotics, I have created an arm with servo motors 3D printed, and it's just fun because I can show it to people. I know it's kind of selfish and stupid reason, but you basically get to see your product a lot more easier. But that doesn't mean that I like robotics more than computer science because Python is basically the best thing that ever happened to me in terms of computer science. All right. Okay. If you guys have any other questions, I am more than happy to answer. If not, I will be continuing with the code. Oh my God, we are 4 hours into the live chat. I mean, 4 hours into the stream, and I'm already tired. Only, wow, only 8 more hours left, and it is going to be a lot more fun. I believe 6 hours should be enough to complete the entire game, but if it isn't, no worries. Um, Good, nice to know that. Well, thank you for commenting. Sorry, thanks for commenting. Yeah, I guess we can just continue with the code then. All right, so we are going to start with the game manager. Now, running is equals to true is something that we saw early in the afternoon. Running is just a variable that we are using to set the state of the program to running true. Now, whenever this is going to be the false, automatically the game is going to stop. This is the true reason that we are using running and not a directly while loop. We can directly use a while true loop, but then we won't be able to change it and we will have to use the break function. It is not completely impossible to do that, and it is common knowledge to do that. We can also use the exit bracket function, but if a program is already providing some basic necessities, why do you want to do something different? Lives is also a variable. Lives is basically the times you're allowed to hit the ground before you are. Mm. Okay, so lives is basically, sorry, lives is basically the amount that you do. Score is going to be the total numbers of bricks that you have hit. At the end of the end of the lives, you will get a score. Now for the score text, let me just read this one so that I can understand. For the render score to white font, I think so. We need to write font dot render. I believe that I did some kind of mistake because font is not something that has been did this. I believe we need to go to the start to see if we imported some kind of font. Mm-hmm. No, we did not. All right, I believe we will run into some kind of problem, but it is not going to be that problematic because we can just fix it later. For the font.render, we are going to passing score. This is the text that is going to be displayed. Then we will be passing true. You know what? I am just going to copy the white and black and red and green because it will be much more easier if we follow the convention, because right now it is getting a lot more confusing. So we will just replace all the whites that we have written here using the replace function. We can just find it here. I can just remove the string and paste it here. We don't want to copy the entire function like me. We can just copy the required and then we can just paste it here. After with this, we are also going to need green. We should find green. Let me just check if we have another white in here. No, we are going to see green here. I believe there is no green that we have used. We are going to see black. I believe we used red somewhere. No, we did not. And I guess that is the end of this. We have used font.render, score, text, and now let's just go to the game management class. All right. So right, we can just get this values because this is just the basic code. Now, as you can see, the score text rect is basically what we're going to do is use the get rect function, and then we are going to score text rect dot center. What we're going to do is going to post it at the center. Now, this is the x-axis and this is the y-axis. The y-axis is going to be at uh, sorry. The y-axis is basically the height, which is going to be the total minus 10. So the score will be displayed on the bottom left of the well, bottom left to the right of 20 pixels of the entire scope. Now the live text is the same thing as above. Instead, it will just give us the lives. Now the same thing here. The reason we have given the gap of 120 is because if this is the score, then there should be a 100 pixel gap between the lives, and this can be score and live. Okay, so mm, now we have the striker. Now for the striker function, we will be passing. This is where we are going to pass the we are going to be passing the functions for the required variable. Sorry, for the class. We can just write a striker, and then we can just pass the x and y position. I'm just going to copy this. The reason that I'm copying is not because I can't type. I just want to hurry this so that we can get started with our own program and instead focus on that. I am going to heavily focus on logic because that is, you know, because if you want to do it like the most important part of any coding. I'm sorry guys, just give me a minute. I am getting a call. Hey guys, I made a small problem here. So let's just say कि I was thinking that I was live and I ended the break screen, but apparently I did not. And I just kept on talking, on talking, on talking, and talking, and talking, and I also did a lot of stuff. And then I realized, oh wait, this is not loading. So let me just tell you what I did. I was having some issue with the font, so I fixed that one. Yeah, there you go. I just needed to use the pygame.font. That fixed the issue. Not only that, I also changed the width from lower caps to capitals because I was being confused a little bit with the other height and width. Not only that, I also fixed one more error. I'm not really able to find it. Yeah, I just change the variable name here a little bit, and I then wrote a little bit of code, but I just deleted it because I didn't want to, you know, write the code without you guys. So yeah, I hope that I'm live now. I'm really sorry. This is just a huge live stream and it is going to take a lot of time, and that is why I'm kinda messing up a little bit, and I am really sorry once again. Okay, now let's just continue with the rest of the program. Yes, I think so. We are around here. Yeah. So for the font, I just had to create the small variable, and that solved most of everything. And all I need to do is just like copy this. I actually know that I wrote this before, but then again, I removed it so that I can better explain it to you while I'm doing this. Okay, this is the code till now. I also got some mango. Guys, you can comment your favorite fruit. I just wish mangoes could come all time of the season. I don't know, that sounded kind of bad. All right, sorry. Now let's get back to the striker function. Sorry, the game manager function. Yes, for the striker right now, this is the time that we are going to use all the information that we used till now. We're going to define a variable called striker, and then we're going to create the instance of the class striker. Now, the position of the striker is actually not going to matter that much at the end of the day because it is always going to keep on changing, but we do have to remember that the position does matter on the y-axis because the y-axis position will be constant and there will be no change. After which we need to perform a small thing. We also need to give it its height, width, and side. We also need to give it its color, and the color is white. The reason I just removed it and kept it on all capital is because it was just confusing, and not only that, according to PEP 8, the style guide provided by Python organization, usually we use all caps for the variables which are not going to be changed. Since there is no way to maintain a constant, we just use all caps whenever we want some variables which will not be changed or manipulated in the future. The height and width of the box is not going to be changed. I just messed up this here, and now we have the striker class. Now this class is an object. We also need to do one more thing is called initialize the striker dash x dash fac equals to 0. Um, Now we can just create another instance of the ball class that we made. The ball class we will also provide. The ball class actually does matter where it is because it cannot start from absolute zero. So it needs to have some y-axis in order for it to not directly collide with the ground. And we can just write, I believe we can write it by 100. No, wait, we need to write 200 minus the height We also need to provide the radius. The radius, I mean, we can just give it a look here. 7 comma 5, and I'm just following it because it's much more easier since we don't have the entire program ready on hand. The required radius is 7 by 5. Then we also need to get the block width and block height. The block width and the block height do matter when we are detecting the collision detection, and we are detecting if the block has collided or not. नहीं है that. Yeah, this is going to be equals to different class. I think so. We just came a little bit down here. Oh yes, there you go. I can just copy this here. Now for the list of blocks, the we already dis no, 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 we already uh we already what am I saying? We already created a list called list of blocks earlier in the program, but this is not the same list because it was not declared globally. Now we can just write it like this, and then we can hit populate bricks, and then we need to pass in all the arguments, all these four arguments. We will pass them as arguments because we already have declared them as parameters, so that we will have all the values required, and there you go. And I think so that is it. Yes. Okay. Now this is the main game loop while we will be using running, and then we will start the program. Screen dot fill, we are just going to write black. We can also use the RGB code or write the black string, but it is a lot more easier to just write this. Screen dot belit, then we need to write the source, which is the screen, and then I'm sorry, this is not that. This is the score text and core text rect. We need to do the same thing. So, core text rect. We need to do the same thing for the rectangle of showing the, I just forgot its name, the lives that we have. So we can just use the live rect and the live text. Live lives text, comma lives rect. There you go, live text rect. And now if we just go down a little bit, we completed this, and now for the score text equals to uh, font, font dot render. Then we can just write a score. This string is going to be published as it is. We want to concatenate the string, and we can just write convert string score. This will convert the score into a string since only string can be passed into the variable into this, and we just need to write this as need true. Now we need the same for the live text. We will just should write a live text is equals to render font dot render lives, and then we just need to change the lives here so that we are going to access the live variable, and we will just write lives here. Okay, right at this moment, all I want to do is copy this entire code and paste it and be done with this because I am getting a lot tired. List of blocks. So if not list of blocks is basically checking if the if there the blocks are already populated or not. If not, we are going to populate the blocks. The list, I'm just going to copy this since this is the same function as the above function. You can just, copy this statement also, since basically we will populate it if it is not populated. If it is already populated, then we don't have a problem. And we also need to write if lives are not over. We need to continue the game. If lives is less than equals to 0, then we will run the game over. We can do it under that. Run. We will just write game over. Now the game over screen will basically present us the option to press space, and then we can just terminate the game. Okay. This is the basic thing that we need to do. I'm just going to copy this. I'm so sorry. I'm just in need of some sleep right now. This is striker fact equals to 0. Yes, 0. If collision checker dot striker dot get rect comma ball rect equals to ball hit. This is also the same code that we were watching previously. We can just copy this too. All we need to do is if colli instead of using the collision checker, we need to change this to collision checker with an underscore and C, and then we should be good to go. Is not defined. How the list of blocks. All right, this is also the basic code. I'm so sorry, but I am just going to copy this because writing this would be just a waste of time. All right, I feel that this is the end of the code. Let me just run this once. And we have an error. I'm not really sure why do we have an error. Uh, okay, so there is no error which is showing, so I'm not familiar with why we are having this error. As you can see, we do not see any problem. Let me just double check this still to find any possible errors. If you know what, actually, I could just use Gemini. Because right now debugging the best way you can do it is using artificial intelligence assistant, and it is completely fine. J- no, I'm just going to fix the error and just paste the entire code. If there was an error actually going to be shown, then I might have even tried, but right now I'm not in the mental state to start that. There is an error with strike. This line should be strike occur exfac. Okay, now I see. Um, we can just fix this simply. We can just hit striker X. There you go. I think so. That error is fixed. We still have an error which is showing here. We still have the same error. Let me just write it again. Okay, the code is stopping unpromptedly. I don't think so that I'm going to get this. Okay, let me just use a different screen and then I will fix the issue myself. I don't really know what I'm supposed to do here. I hope you guys can see the screen right now. Yes, I think so, yeah. I think so, just I will try to fix the error by rewriting a couple of lines of code. I'm just have the documentation right here. Uh, okay. Okay, I'm not really sure what issue I'm facing right now. Okay. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. You guys can't see this. Wait, sorry. I'm so sorry. I by mistakenly thought you guys can see my second screen also for some reason. Right, so all I did is, right, if main equals to name main, then I actually didn't even run the program. That is the reason I was having this error. Now let's just see if this works or not. I hope it works, and I really do because we have spent a lot of time on this. This doesn't seem to work. On line 1 R is not defined. What is it talking about? Oh my god, yay, it works! I have never been happier in my life to see a game work. Finally. And uh, it's fine. It's a good game. It's all right. And ladies and gentlemen, we finally completed our first game. But be sure to be in mind that this game is not even the one that we are creating, and the main game I haven't even started yet. And there seems to be a small problem in the bottom left. If you can see, the score is actually moving a lot more and overlapping with lives. I need to fix that, and I also feel the ball is a bit too fast. But it works, and that's a miracle, and I am really happy. And thank you for every single one who said this, and thank you to I remember I think so his name is Technologic. Thank you so much, very much. Thank you for your idea about the ping pong, and thank you guys for tuning in. This is not the end of the live stream, so don't go away. And uh, right, okay, wait. Okay, so I don't know why pressing space is making the ball go forward, but that is none of my problem now. I am finally finished with our first game. We understood a lot. We understood the collision detection, then we understood how to set caption, then we understood how the program works in general. I will just give you a I will just give you a general overall about the program, and then we will take a break for 20 minutes, regather, and then we will start on our main program. How exciting, right? How exciting! How exciting! Just kidding. It is actually exciting, and I'm actually having a lot of fun. I never thought I will use the Pygame module. I might not be using this a lot in future, but hey, I'm doing this for me. All right, so let's just get from the start. I will just explain you this version of this so that it will be a lot more easy for you guys to understand. I believe that this is really clear. All right, so I believe we can just start from here. So firstly, we are importing the pygame and random, then we are initializing the Python, then we are writing the height and width, then we are setting the colors. Actually, I'm just going to start with the game manager because I have already explained it multiple times. In the actually we need to access my game manager instead of theirs. Yeah. So basically, all I did is created a variable called font, and I gave the font pygame.font.font none, comma 36. Now score equals to font.render. This basically gives us our score and calculates it every single time since this is going to be running in a loop. Lives is equals to font.render, the amount of live. Now we are not really posting the lives here, but instead what we are doing is going to be instead of what we are going to be giving the placeholder here. I have a question in the chat. How difficulty to graphics for games in Python? Um, Python is not really a graphical language. It is mostly used for backend communications and server management as a backend for many websites and mostly machine learning nowadays, especially considering ChatGPT and all those booms. But if you want to go to Python, I would say it's a bit more difficult than other languages. You still need an game engine manager. Using Python is good enough, but using something like Unity will always work 10 times more and it will give you brilliance in whatever the project you're doing. Okay. Oh my gosh. I am not explaining. I'm not showing my window. Right. Then we are checking if the lives is greater than equals to 0. Sorry, lives is less than equals to 0. If the statement is true, then we are initializing running equals to game over. And then we are creating an event loop so that we can get the event every single time. And we can know if we are pressing left or right, and then we can just go forward or backward. And if we press both, then and if we press none, we are giving the striker x fag equals to 0. That means its movement is halted. Now we are also giving collision checker striker dot get react, and this is basically passing some arguments, and we are initializing the ball hit. Ball dot hit. The class has a method called hit, and we are initializing it, and that reduces the damage from the total health. And then we, for every single block in list of blocks, if each block detects any collision, then its health reduces, and also the score increases by 5. Striker dot update basically updates the position of the striker, since I already told it. Life lost is basically we are updating the ball, and ball dot update, all it does is redraws the ball, and if the life is draw, it draws from the position that was first given. If life lost, we are also decreasing the lives variable and resetting the ball and printing the lives here, as you can see. For blocks in list of blocks, and clock tick is the FPS that we have given here. uh, I have given this 60 FPS. We can even give FPS of 120. Now this is going to do something. Yes, this is exactly what it is going to do. It is going to increase the speed of the game a lot more, or even though it is smoother, then we all we need to do is reduce the speed variable. I'm searching for the speed variable. Let me just search a speed. Okay, I really don't think so. We have a definite variable for speed. I just want to know where we passed on speed. I think so. It was in the main function. Okay, it was somewhere around here. I think so. This. Let me just get this ball. Um, it's the pause X, pause 5, second, third, and it is the fourth one that is the speed just before white. Now all I need to do is like do this, and we can get the speed to 2. This should have the speed. As you can see, it does have the speed, and now we also get a lot more frames per second. That means the game is a lot more smoother. If you still want it, we can even reduce it even a bit, and it will be easier. The speed of the Pong, the paddle is also a lot higher than it should be. We can also reduce that, and it won't be a huge problem. We have passed it somewhere here. I think so. This we can just give it a speed of 5. We are trying to halve the values and not really create much difference since we increased it by twice. Uh, Now it is working. There are some glitches, and it is to be expected because this is not a complete game engine, and there is a lot of time lost between the. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I'm sorry, I get excited for moments like this. Yay! Okay. Yeah, it was fun. So basically, that is what we are doing. Wait, will I be able to win this game? However, do not have an end screen, and I don't want to create one right now because this is not even the game that we want to create. The time is 5:40, and just after I complete this game, we are going to go and take some break for 20 minutes. Then I'm going to come back, and then we will start working on the game that I have been thinking on. I am thinking to create a platformer game since it would be a bit better, but let's just see how the idea goes because then I also need to learn sprites and how to load sprites, how to react with sprites, and also we need to use another types of shapes. We can, however, use a polygon or a square or a circle for the platformer game, but let's see if we can use something else. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Just one left. And there you go. We won. I know it just resets it, but it still feels fun. And just to give you an example, every time a life is lost, it will print here, and as soon as this is done, we can just end the game. I'm not sure why pressing space is doing that, but that is the end. You cannot change the screen size because this is not resizable. Anyways, guys, that is going to be the end of this game. I hope that you guys have learned something because I definitely did learn a lot of things about Pygame. Now I'll be taking a break for about 30 minutes and then we will just regroup here. Thank you so much for watching and I will see you guys later. Hey, and we are finally live again. Oh my God, I am so sorry. I actually just um like मैं लेना चाहता था break for like around 20-25 minutes, but I'm kind of embarrassed to say this, but I just slept and मैं उठा नहीं and मैं actually सोने की कोशिश नहीं कर रहा था. I just closed my eyes for 1 second because my throat was hurting a lot because if you haven't guessed, I have been talking for 5.5 hours straight, but my throat started to hurt and just took a break for 1 minute and then suddenly it's just got a half an hour. I'm so sorry for that. Okay. Anyways, now I am much more energetic and much more hungry. I'm gonna eat something. Anyways, I'm really excited right now, but basically अभी मैं अपना program start करने वाला हूँ. Since we also got some subscribers. I think so. We are now at 313 subscribers. Yay! That is so great, guys. And we also have a huge lag. I really, really hope that lag nahi hota, but I can't do anything about that. But yeah, so मुझे I actually had a dream and I got an idea in my dream and I forgot and just 1 second. Napal tak rale inga tu. Munch plate ling. It was just my mom. She is just giving me some food because I just woke up from my nap and I'm hungry as well. Okay, yes, right. Where was I? Yeah, so in my nap, I just had a dream. Uh, I I don't remember it completely, but it was kind of like Mario, but instead of Mario, it was a square game, and it was a square, and then you can jump, and the game keeps on moving and rotating, and there is a background which keeps on changing. I don't think so it is going to be possible that much, but that's why I opened ChatGPT just so that I can talk to it a little bit and just get an idea. I know I'm not such thank you so much, mom. My mom just got me some puris to guide me in my endeavors of making. Thank you so much. Well, yes. I just opened up ChatGPT and I'm just gonna search some stuff so that I can just get an idea. The reason that I'm using ChatGPT is because I just want to have an idea before I start the game of the complexity. If it was machine learning, algorithm programming, data science, or anything related to robotics, I would have much more ideas. But game is not really my forte. Game development is not where I strike with goodness. But yeah. Mm, easily. I know you cannot see my screen. Just give me a couple minutes and then. No, of course, I'm not asking for ChatGPT to complete my code or write any code. All I'm going to ask for ChatGPT is to just give me the basic idea, and it will be a lot more helpful if it just can give me an idea for it. Okay, so I'm just taking a look at the difficulty of the platform game, and I feel it's a bit complicated. But I feel if we have the basic idea of what to do, we should be able to do it. It shouldn't be the hardest thing ever, and I don't feel that it is going to be easy. But if we can make it so, let's just see. Mm. All right, you know what? Let's just make this. Ladies and gentlemen, now I'm going to be attempting something and making a game in Python completely from the scratch, and it's going to be fun. So this was a previous code, right? Okay, I hope that my UI is clear. Now I'm just going to create a basic Python file and I'm going to name it main. I'm just going to save it as main.py and then I am going to get started. The first thing that we always need to do is import the pygame, then we might need import random function. See, what I'm trying to do right now, I'm going to explain it in the best sense ever. I'm going to use a whiteboard and then I'm going to show you guys what I'm trying to do. I hope that it is possible that I can do that because it is the best way I can actually show that what I want to do instead of just just showing this. Okay, so the game I have in mind is Off a Square. No, okay, so the game is going to be something like this. We will have a platform which is like this. Then we will have a square. Then the first part of the platform will be of color green, and after which there will be some platforms. And if the square falls in those platforms, the game is over. And then at the end, you can touch a big square, and if you touch that big square, you go to the next level. And I won the best drawing explanation. I mean, what is this? Well, anyways, you get the gist of it. There's a platform, there are some squares, you gotta jump on the squares. There will be some squares which are moving, and there will be some squares which are not moving. And then at the end, there will be some squares in general. Now, all I need to do is get started with the basic player movement, and then we will be able to know what is the basic duration. I mean, how do we do that? Okay, there you go. I mean, I guess we can start now. Okay, I am going to keep the basic. I'm going to use ChatGPT a little bit because I don't really have the complete idea of what to do. So I'm going to first ask ChatGPT to elaborate a few things that I want to do, and then I'm going to start coding. But before that, let me just write some comments of the things that I need to do. First thing is I need to initialize the game, um, create player movements, set the blocks, and start if collided with the end block, change the level. Uh, I also want to take a look at camera movement so that the camera focuses on the block or play. All right, just pardon. I'm so sorry for the spellings. I just usually don't really care about the spellings because mostly I mostly use the Grammarly or any kind of other copywriting. What am I saying? Any kind of grammar checking system. All right. So these are the few things that I want to do. Let's start with initializing the game. To initialize the game, we gotta use pygame dot init, and then we need to set the display. For that, we can just write a screen width, which is going to be around 1,000 pixel, and then the screen height is going to be a little bit less than that, maybe around 800. The next thing that we will be needing to do is setting the caption for the game. So we can just write a pygame dot display dot set caption. We're going to set the name for it called platformer. I know that this is not really something that I should be doing right now, but I am going to design a small, a very simple platformer in this. It will take me 5 seconds and maybe 5 minutes, and I will just design a favicon, and then we can use that favicon, and then we will be able to do a lot of stuff. I'll be using Canva, and I will just use 500 by 500 pixel resolution so that we can have the logo for our game. I know there are a lot of better solution that you can implement for this, but I am just going to use Canva because it already has a lot of elements which are ready. Okay, okay, all I need to do is just going in here and search a platformer game, and then we will just search for a logo. I don't think so. There is something here. Maybe we'll search in the element section. Maybe this might be a bit helpful. All right, this is a really simple design, but I want something a little bit better. I mean, oh wait, I can use this as a sprite though. I'm not really sure how to use sprites yet, but if we are going to start the game, then I would like to use this as a sprite. But right now, I want to use this thing. This is going to be our logo. I'm just going to edit in that baby. It looks like a baby. I'm going to edit that guy with something along the lines that is more better. like a square because squares are a lot better than people. Yeah, I'm gonna get cancelled for that. I'm just joking, please. Okay, so I can just I know there is a feature to just remove him using background remover, but just use it for foreground remover, but this is just very easy. There you go. And now I'm just going to add one more square about the swatch, and that square will be of the color of I'm gonna go with something a bit more orangey. Mm, yes, that feels good enough. Maybe, yeah. Now I just wanted to give this shape round edges. Charu and Alright, now just let's make this sure it is center, and now we can just download this. We can click this transparent background, then we can just do that, and it will automatically download it, and then we can just copy it into the folder and name this main icon. I'll just name this fav icon because I can. I know what I was really hoping to say. No. Now let me just close the canvas so that we can continue. Alright, I believe that is it. Okay, the funny thing is that no one is watching right now when I am actually going to create this, but hey, it's is completely fine. We are going to try our best, and that is what matters, not anything else. Mhm. Now all I need to is pygame dot display dot set. No, wait, sorry, what am I doing? Mm, I need to create a variable called screen. Then I need to add pygame dot display dot set mode, and then I can just add the screen width, and then we can just add the screen height. And there you go, guys. That is what you need to do, and that is the end. Just kidding. Now we need to actually there are different colors that are being used. Guys, give me a small minute. I need just a small break. Okay, I believe that is it. Yeah. So right, where was I? Yes. Like previously, we are going to define some colors. Now, the first thing that we are going to do is the sky blue because the sky is blue, and the color for sky blue, I do not know that. I just need to take a look at the RGB code for sky blue. Sky blue RGB. Um, it is 135, 206, 235. 105, 135, 206, 105 to 36, and 235. 235 we can. It's not compulsion that we do that. I just wanted the sky to be blue. You know what? I can even keep this at 240 and this at 230. It will be a little bit more darker or either lighter. I have no idea about that. It's R, green and blue. The amount of blue is higher, so it will be a bit darker. But since green is less, it will be a bit more faint. Right, after this, we need to create our first class, which is going to be the player, and we will just pass in self. Hmm. No, wait, sorry, not here. We need to pass it in the, we need to pass in the pygame dot sprite dot sprite. This I just saw in the documentation that I have over here. All right, now we just need the init module. All right, in the initialization, we will be passing nothing but self. Um, hey guys, I know I took a lot of your time. Well, for the past 30 minutes, I was having a lot of technical issues, and I still have a lot of technical issues, but it feels like all of those are fixed. The camera quality seems good. Let me just check the other scene also. I am okay, so I'm unable to access my main camera still, and yeah, but I feel that a lot of technical issues are solved, and I'm basically now you can see the software system that I'm using to run this stream. Yay. Yeah, anyways, this is not what we should be focusing on. This is about the game. Let me just change this to my another system. All right. The main reason I think so that happened is because my camera stopped working because it was overheating. I don't think so any mobile can record or stream for 6 hours straight. I mean, I was also charging it continuously so that it doesn't die. But apparently it died out. But I think so we can continue. Okay, yes, right. I think so we can continue where were we were going to create the car race game. Now, the reason that I am directly using their own system and not trying to develop my own game right now is because I just felt 12 hours would be enough to learn a lot of Pygame, but apparently it still isn't, and there is still a lot of things that I need to learn in the Pygame. I'm sorry, but I will be working on this game, taking a look at its logic, and seeing how the game works because this game includes most of all the things that we need for the platformer game. That includes the yes, so where was I? That includes the sprites, designing, and all the models, also the collisions. It includes the front screen. I'm just going to copy this game and get a feel for it and see how is this game on firstly. Um, Alright, there seems to be some errors here. I don't see any errors that are visually available. So let me just copy this and play this. It is saying the line 433 has an error and okay, so we can just instead of doing that, we can just do that. We can just use the OR function.